Everyone? Start with the roll call.
Trustee Sparks?
Here.
Trustee Williams?
I'm here.
Trustee Barkey?
Here.
Trustee Gomez?
Present.
I move for the agenda for today, Madam President.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Make a motion for the minutes. Madam
I didn't
President.
hear from Becky.
Oh,
I'd like to I will approve the agenda, but I'd just like to pull item 9 when we get there.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm fine with the agenda.
I'll accept that.
Okay. And you were saying, Dr. Williams?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for the minutes, April 6th.
And I'll second that.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Becky?
Just double checking, making
Mary,
sure.
were you the second on that one?
Oh, Lisa was.
Lisa? Thank you.
I would just like to request, when we do the minutes, when we have any invoices, that we indicate the amounts of the invoices. So looking at item number 14, I would just ask that that be amended.
Item number 14 on today's agenda.
No, on the,
Of the
on the
minutes.
minutes. Page 8, number 14.
What page is that on?
Page 8.
Number 14.
I think that's the APG. Oh, the notation on the report.
Yes.
What number is
Yeah,
that?
it's
report
below
out.
14. It's actually the report out. My error.
Right here. That.
The report out got stuck in an odd place just because we did things out of order last time. Not a big deal.
So repeat what you want to do?
I was saying during the report out, when we have invoices, we should indicate the amounts of the invoices for transparency.
Mr. Rowland, your legal thoughts and counsel on that for the board?
Figure out the light. I'm not familiar with a requirement that the report out needed to include the invoice amount. I haven't looked into that. I didn't anticipate the issue, but I'm not off the top of my head familiar with such a requirement.
How are we doing that now? That comes out, the redacted invoices that we vote in closed session, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, if you look at page 7, we have the invoices and the amounts, but then when we get to the report out, we don't have the dollar amounts.
Right, so that's why I'm not sure that we have to verbalize the dollar amounts.
I'm not saying it's a requirement. I'm saying for transparency purposes.
I think it's more for political purposes, Becky, that you're using it, to be quite honest with you.
No, I'm just asking for some consistency because we did it in some other invoices.
Help me out here. Don't we have, Greg, a policy on that?
Yeah, we have a policy. We have a board policy on how the invoicing is done and how the board votes on it and how it's reported on the agenda.
What's our board policy?
Give me just a moment.
Do we have that number? Because that means we should, if we're going to change this, we should look at the policy. Would that be reasonable to assume?
That's reasonable. That's reasonable.
We're all for transparency. It's just that we need to do things by the rules and our policies, and if the policies need to be changed, they need to be changed.
We are
Okay.
being transparent to the extent that we're putting the amount on the agenda.
Because that's not necessary, if I remember, is it?
I'm not even sure that's necessary, but
Did-
that's consistent with the board's transparency
Did Becky
principles.
talk with you before about this issue?
No, sir.
So it's just a surprise issue that she's bringing up.
And that's often the way we do things. That's okay. That's actually appropriate. So that's why we're having a public discussion about it.
Right, it's just that it's delaying the most important thing, which is interdistrict transfer here.
Well, we can
So-
delay the minutes if you'd like, and let's continue with the transfer, and then we can come back to it.
What is,
The
what?
board policy is 100-21. And it states that the redacted legal invoices from the Legal Counsel of Orange County Board of Education Board is public information. For the purpose of board confidentiality and preserving the privacy of the attorney-client relationship, the executive committee is empowered by the board to inform the superintendent of the approval of invoices for payment. The approved invoices will be agendized under consent calendar for each board meeting and the redacted invoices available for public review. Any member of the board has the ability to review any unredacted legal invoices with board counsel.
So it's silent.
Correct. It doesn't speak to
Yeah.
verbalizing in the report.
And all I'm saying is for consistency, we should do that because we did it on item 7 and 8. So the report out should be consistent.
How about, Becky?
But we
why-
can,
why-
but if we want, I'm okay with delaying this so we can get the hearing going
Right.
and come back to the minutes.
I think it's reasonable if you work with Greg, if you want to change a policy. Let's don't change on the whim like that. Let's, let you work with Greg and bring the.
I'm happy
the
to do that.
Policy to the next meeting. That would probably be what I would feel more comfortable with. Okay, so Madam President, we have a motion and a second. I call for the vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I will oppose due to my concern about the dollar amounts.
Okay. It passes 3-1.
And there are no public comments related to the closed sessions.
Okay. So then we will go into closed session.
So we'll start the appeal hearing
We'd like to start the meeting today with our invocation, please.
As I pray and reflect in my tradition, I invite you to pray and reflect in your own tradition as well. Our great God, we gather this afternoon in a room where authority is duly exercised and where decisions are rightfully made for our county's educational system. For this reason, we think it's appropriate and right that we begin by coming in a posture of humility, recognizing that the many things we have to be thankful for in our lives and in this community are the result ultimately of your graciousness to us. We pray for board members Gomez, Barkey, Williams, and Sparks, and Superintendent Mijares, that they would love justice and their decisions would promote student thriving in our schools, grant them the wisdom necessary to make the decisions they must. We have many things on our minds as we come into this chamber. We're reminded of the political divides that exist in our communities, and we ask that you open our eyes to the humanity of our rivals and build in us a compassion for each other that transcends politics. Finally, we ask you, our great God, that we might honor you in this chamber tonight as we pause to recognize the overwhelming value of each student, each parent, each teacher, each administrator in the County of Orange, and that comments from tonight's contributors and board members would honor the inherent human dignity of every person here tonight, regardless of their position on any matter. And I pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call up Major Harvard to do the Pledge of Allegiance from the Freedom Committee. And following that, we're going to have Cadet Ashley Joya do the national anthem. So we're in for a real treat tonight.
The color guard is coming
Okay, would
in.
you please stand? If you're a
Excuse me.
veteran,
Hold-
Sorry.
if you are, if,
Sorry.
The color guard's going to start first.
Color guard needs to come in at this time to present.
You can stay where you are. You can- Yeah, because otherwise it's going to have to go around, but that's fine.
I think we wanted to bring you up so it would be easier once they arrive.
Terry, close. Forward, march. Color guard, hold. Left turn, march. Color guard, hold.
Major Harvard, would you please come up now and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
All veterans, would you cover if you have them? Breathe that. Color. And veterans, please render the hand salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Carry colors. Right turn, march. March, march.
I'd like now to invite Mr. Scott Williams to the podium, please.
Board President, members of the board. Can you raise the mic up?
Oh,
Thank you.
President, members of the board, Superintendent, thank you for allowing us to be here with you. Today, we have 4 of our members of the board, of our board of directors. Unfortunately, as we age, we're not getting out as much as we used to. So I would like our veterans to introduce themselves. They'll give their name, their rank, their military service, and the theater of operation. So, Al, would you lead us off?
He needs to come to the microphone.
Al, they need you to,
We're recording, so that microphone.
I don't know about that. My name is Al Harvard. I'm a major in the Army, or was, and I did 22 years in the service. I did 8 enlisted, went to officer candidate school and became an officer. And I retired as a major. My theater of operation for any wartime was in Vietnam. I was the company commander for the replacement unit. And I was there for a full year. And came back to the States, and the Army decided to send me to school, so I got my degree. Thank you for the Army for that. And then I retired in 1979. So, did I miss anything?
Captain Tim Richards.
Thank you for your service.
Good evening. I'm Captain Timothy Richards, U.S. Army. My branch was the Army Corps of Engineers. I served in Korea and Vietnam and served for 27 years, and now I'm retired. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
My name is Gary Teagle. I served 28 years in the U.S. Navy. I served on 9 different ships. I did a tour in Iraq, and most of my time on ships was in the Pacific, and did a tour in Japan as well. And just blessed to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
My name is John Scott Williams. I go by Scott Williams. Born and raised in California, went to local schools, graduated from Mater Dei High School. I was motivated by my father to go to college because when he grew up in Butte, Montana, and he worked for the CCCs, he sent his check home to his mom, which was going to go for his college education, and she needed the money to spend for items, food, and provisions. So he did not, I think he got 1 year in at the college, Butte College of Mines, and so that was the motivation. So in 1966, I graduated from the University of California, Santa Barbara with a degree in economics. I was married to my wife, Linda. She had a degree in sociology, and we're ready to go and get some jobs and really build our bank account because we were living in student housing and paying our own way. I had a job as a landscaper at the school. I also mowed the football coach's yard on Saturdays. Now his yard was 3/4 of an acre. So when I first signed up for that, I thought it'd be a front yard like we have around here, but it was in the foothills of Goleta. So that's how I got through college. Graduated, and then I got my notice of induction to the United States. So I reported to Fort Ord, which is now Monterey State College. And I remind the kids that are going there is just to watch the trails and don't go too deep into the foothills. Maybe unexploded. No, I kid them when I do that. So it gets their attention. From there, I went to basic advanced infantry, and then went to Officers Candidate School in Aberdeen Proving Grounds, which was the Ordnance Corps. And thinking that I'm going to be an ordnance, either missiles or ammunition, that type of thing, I ended up back at Fort Ord as a training officer to Basic Infantry Training Unit. And then about 3 months later, I became the executive officer for the battalion commander. The battalion commander was Calvin B. Nance, lieutenant colonel. He went into the Army in 1948, and I think this was his last duty station. And did I mention that he was a black person? So in 1966, the battalion commander and lieutenant colonel. From there, I was assigned to Vietnam, arrived in country in September of 1968, and worked in a forward support repair. We repaired armored personnel carriers, tracked artillery, and anything that had to do that you needed to have third echelon repairs. And then I came back home, got a job with Shell Oil Company, and worked for a while, or continued with them, and I went to college at night, got my law degree, and I practiced law for 15 years, and then I took a job as a general manager for one of the local companies. So thank you for having us here. And could I tell you about Jack Hammett? So Jack Hammett was the president of our organization, passed away December 13th, 2014. Our organization started out with the World War II Veterans Gathering for the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II, because some of the Congress people thought that our citizens had forgotten about victory in Europe and victory in Japan. As I sit here today, I can't imagine that. We have short memories, but this was a huge victory for freedom and for the United States. So they took that. From there, they would meet in coffee shops. Eventually, they started meeting at the Historical Society in Costa Mesa. At that time was around, I think it was 2010. They would typically have enough room for about 6 or 7 veterans. And then it grew from there, where we ended up in the 2013, we're at the Neighborhood Center in Costa Mesa, and we would have 100 to 120 veterans and associates and community members. So we continued that mission on. Jack was looking forward. The board of directors elected me to follow him, which were big shoes to fill. So we're continue to go on. We are now meeting at the Presbyterian Church of the Covenant because the city knocked down the neighborhood center, which was a building that you could have over 100 people, and they replaced it with a library with 40 people in the room. So anyway, we're doing well. We just had a essay contest ourselves, and we just awarded scholarship, or not scholarship, $500 to 4 students in early college, high school, Costa Mesa High School, and the Cloud campus. Each of them will get $500. The grand prize winner gets $1,000, and we'll award those awards funds at the end of the year when they have the school award ceremony. Quickly, Jack Hammett was a kid that grew up in Cleveland, Ohio. He would always say that he wasn't doing real well in school. He was doing pretty good at recess. He played in the band, and he was doing a little bit better, and he was doing lousy for the girls. So he decided, and his dad was a house painter, I believe, and he decided when he was 17 that he was going to join the Navy. And at that time, they had a Navy training base off of whatever Great Lake I should know, off of Cleveland, Ohio. Being from the West Coast, I don't, Lake Ontario, I don't know. So he joined the Navy, graduated, because you had to have a high school degree to get into the service. So 1937, he gets transferred. He comes to Long Beach, where they had the Navy port. On the weekends, he played the saxophone for a band that he and his guys formed, and he happened to notice a young lady in the crowd. He introduced himself to her, and he was at that time 19, and then she introduced him to her mother, who was her escort, and eventually they got married. They got transferred to Pearl Harbor, and so on December 7th, the shooting started, and they both were unharmed, but that started Jack's career in the war, continued serving till 1946, also continued to serve until he retired. And I was showing one of the pictures of what he did when he got out. He was a business manager for the Bristol Medical Center, and that was at Bristol, just off of Baker. My kids went there when they were in their early ages, which is now, that was the first transition, I think, where doctors got together in groups. And then here we are today, where we have a whole different system. Anyway, he then became, also at the same time, he became a reserve police officer for the city of Costa Mesa. So there's a theme here about giving back. And that's what our veterans do. We have served our country, but at the same time, we believe that there has to be a connection to the past, because otherwise you don't have a country. And one of the things I remember that Bob Davis, who was a navigator, or not a navigator, he was a radio operator on a B-17 bomber, got shot down over Germany, and became a prisoner of war. And I remember one of the kids during the classroom visit, asked him what kept him alive, because they had horrible treatment in these prison camps, in the German prison camps. And he said, "I'm going to outlive the SOB, the guard." and he did. And so that's what I learned by being around the World War II veterans, is the hardships. And Bob Davis would say, when he went overseas, these were kids. They were boys who loved their country, and they were going to fight for their country. So we ask the generations coming up now that it's their country. They have to take on those responsibilities. And to do that, you have to have a high school degree, and you have to be a citizen of this country. So those are two things that a sovereign nation does. And I would mention that, when we get sworn in, we're become employees of the federal government. There is no state government that protects us from the enemies, foreign or domestic. With that, I thank you very much and look forward to just one last commercial. So we sponsor and we participate in Memorial Day service to remember and honor those that have died in service of this country. Now, I realize that's a long time ago for big numbers. We lost 406,000 in World War II, and you can go back through the Revolutionary War. You can come forward, and there's about 1 million people, and then for every one that died, there's probably at least families of 6 or 7 plus friends and family. So you probably have 10 million people impacted. So on the last Monday of May at Harbor Lawn, Mount Olive Memorial Park, at Geisler and Harbor, we'll be having the ceremony at 11 o'clock. We have an opening flyover by the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing Aviation. They haven't promised me which airplane it's going to be. I had asked them to do the same thing they did for the Super Bowl, but I don't think that's going to happen. And then we will have the 3rd Marine Aircraft Band, and they'll be playing for us. We'll have a bagpiper. We'll do the echo trumpets, and then we'll close with a flyover of T-34s with the missing man flyover in wrapping up. And the thing that I don't tell any people, but you look like you're, so we will provide 1,000 meals from In-N-Out Hamburger Cookout. They're going to bring in 2 trucks, and we'll start feeding after the ceremony. So if you're there, if you jump in line, we're going to have one of these sergeants set you aside. So anyway, that's how we try to keep involved. And I did give a couple of our newsletters. We do a quarterly newsletter, and we try to give all of the visits we've had at the schools. With that, I thank you very much and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Next, I'd like to call up Dr. Christine Olmsted, please.
Good evening, President Barkey and members of the board, Dr. Maharis. The Access and Special Schools teams deeply appreciate the opportunity for our students to participate in this annual Jack Hammett Memorial Day Essay Contest. Students were invited to participate from across the Access and Special Schools programs. We had 36 submissions from our Access students, and in the inaugural year of inviting our special school students to participate, we had 14 submissions either in written or pictorial form from our 9th through 12th grade adult transition students. As a reminder to our guests, Access is OCDE's outstanding nationally recognized alternative education program, offering transformative learning experiences and support to students across Orange County. And our amazing special schools program at OCDE serves students with the most significant disabilities. Before we get started with celebrating the students tonight, I'd like to introduce to you our Access team members who have supported these students. If you're in attendance tonight, please stand to be recognized. Vern Burton, Assistant Superintendent. Sunburst Principal Dina Ishmael. Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Gilbert Sanchez, Director of Sunburst Youth Academy. And also who supported our students but not in attendance tonight are Principal Chris Alfari, Principal Dr. Ken Coe, Principal Kirk Anderson, Principal Michelle Kilgore, teachers on special assignment Ryan Hinkle and Gavin Gates, Program Specialist Gina Reed, Access Executive Assistant Virginia Castillo, we thank her for organizing the contest, and then teachers Jacqueline Serbin and teachers Steve Larkin. She was hiding, I didn't see her. Good to see you. And then for our special schools, I'd like to recognize Chief of Special Education Services, Annalie Cradle. Director Chris Romanowski. Principal Dave Longo from our Deaf and Hard of Hearing program. Principal Krista Paul from our Harbor Learning Center in Golden West College Adult Transition Program. She's got a long title. And teacher Lori Drago. And teacher Dominique Vellenwith. And teacher Joe Arnold also supports our students but was unable to be with us tonight. So we wanted to let you know that we are celebrating the 50 students who submitted Memorial Day contest essays. All students will receive a gift card and certificate for their participation. Additionally, we will be honoring the first, second, and third place awardees. Prizes for first place are $350, second place $250, third place $150, and we have a new category this year for art, which is $100. We're very proud of the work of all of our students, the teachers, the administrators, and staff who support them. Thank you, members of the board and the OCD cabinet, for your financial contributions to make this award possible today. Trustees, you have been provided with the essays for your reading pleasure. But now I am delighted to recognize the writers of our top 3 essays from our Access program. When I call your name, please come forward. Our third place awardee and the winner of $150 is Cadet Destiny Campos from Sunburst Youth Academy. Dr. Williams is presenting her certificate and her cash award.
Congratulations, and I tell you, I was very moved by your essay. I was very, very much, as I always work with you. This is a recognition from the board for you. Thank you so much.
You the floor.
Our second place awardee and the winner of $250 is Cadet Nazim Abalali, teacher Jacqueline Serbin. His award is being presented by President Barkey. And another shout out to their teacher, Ms. Serbin, for helping them today. And our first place awardee and the winner of $350 is Keon Ferber. He's from our Tustin site and his teacher is Steve Larkin. Unfortunately, Keon is unable to be with us tonight, but we do have a video presentation for his essay, which Trustee Gomez would have presented to him. Let's go ahead and play his video. You can go to his site and present it to him.
Hi, my name is Keon Ferber. I'm in the 11th grade and I was nominated to win the Memorial Day essay contest. So I'm going to read to you my essay right now. Memorial Day is a time to reflect and remember those who lost their lives in service to our country. It is a time of remembrance for the men and women who have died serving the USA. Thanks to their lives, time, and effort, we have our freedoms today. My great-grandpa served in the Vietnam War, and my father served as well. I am thankful for them and all the military personnel who served and who are continuing to serve this country and creating a better future for us. I remember being at a loss of words at the Vietnam Memorial on a family trip to Washington, D.C. I watched strangers taking a piece of paper, placing it over a name, rubbing the name with a pencil to transfer it onto the paper. The walls looked as if they went on for miles, full of so many names of Americans who never came home to their family and friends. I saw my grandfather reading the names on the wall as teardrops came one after another from his eyes as he went from name to name. Their legacy lives on this wall, which honors them with love and pride. I felt sad, and then I saw my reflection on the wall, as if it was a mirror in my soul, and I remembered to show appreciation. First, I always remember the fallen veterans. Second, to give thanks for them. And finally, to cherish their memories and try to continue to make our country great. So every day, not just Memorial Day, I pray and give appreciation to the brave service members who fought to the very end. Memorial Day is a day for admiration towards those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for freedom. Memorial Day means more than just honoring those who have died on that day to me. It should be a reminder that we should appreciate these people every single day of our lives. We should remember that every single day we go to our school or do things that we enjoy, the freedoms and all the endless things I can go on about, someone out there is fighting so we can have normal lives. Thanks to all those brave, amazing people, we are all here today continuing to live with the freedoms they fought for. We must carry their legacy by honoring our freedoms and doing our part for the country. For me, Memorial Day is not just a day for recognizing someone's sacrifice, but rather cherishing their memory every day for the rest of our lives, because they certainly have earned that respect. I'm Keon Ferber. I just want to thank you very much for honoring or choosing me to win this essay, and I hope you guys have a good day.
And now for our winners from special schools. In the art category, Taylor Hanley is our winner. Come on up, Taylor. Taylor is a 21-year-old student from our adult transition program at Golden West College, and Taylor's teacher is Joe Arnold. Taylor is receiving $100 for their beautiful artwork. Taylor got some cash. Our second place essay winner receiving $250 is Cindy Rodriguez. Cindy is deaf and hard of hearing, so when we salute her, please do this. Okay, but I have a little bit more to say. So Cindy is a 14-year-old 9th grade student from our deaf and hard of hearing program at University High School in Irvine, and Cindy's teacher is Lori Drago. Come on up, Cindy. And Trustee Sparks presented Cindy with her award. Thank you, Trustee Sparks. And our first place essay winner tonight, receiving $350, is Noah Galvez, who unfortunately was unable to attend. We do have a video presentation of his essay. Noah is a 20-year-old adult transition student at Harbor Learning Center, and his teacher is Dominique Villeneuve. And let's see Noah's essay.
Hi, I'm Noah Galvez, and I'm at HLC, Harbor Learning Center, special school, and I would love to read my essay. What Memorial Day means to me, Memorial Day means celebrating the day of these famous U.S. Army and U.S. Marine soldiers that fought in World War II, Korean War, and Vietnam War to serve our country. One person I'm familiar with is Tony Stein, who served in the USMC during World War II against the Imperial Japanese Army. He was famous for building a gun called the Stinger. He used the butt of a Browning automatic rifle and the body of an M1919 Browning heavy machine gun to customize a special heavy machine gun. When he was in Iwo Jima, he killed a lot of Japanese soldiers with the Stinger and kept running back to get more ammo for his weapon, and then suddenly he was shot by an enemy soldier and died for honor and won the Medal of Honor. Another person I'm familiar with is John Paul Bobo, who was a U.S. Marine soldier who fought in Vietnam and was famous for fighting the North Vietnamese Army, NVA soldiers with only one foot and managed to save his comrades. He and his men were in a gunfight against some NVA soldiers when one of the NVA soldiers fired a mortar at John and blew up his left foot. He used something to stop the bleeding and shot a lot of NVA soldiers with his M14 rifle until he was shot by an NVA soldier and died for honor and managed to help his men to escape. After he died, he won a Combat Action Ribbon, National Order of Vietnam, and a Gallantry Cross. Another famous person I'm familiar with is Benjamin Lewis Solomon, who was a U.S. Army soldier who fought in World War II in the Battle of Saipan against the Japanese. He was a dentist, then he joined the Army and was a U.S. Army dentist. Then he became a frontline surgeon and fought an entire Banzai charge. He helped a bunch of wounded men and then saw Japanese soldiers stabbing one of his comrades and shot him with his M1 Garand and saved the wounded man. After that, Benjamin was killed in action July 7, 1944. He was 29 years old and was awarded the Medal of Honor and a Purple Heart and was buried in Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Glendale, California. In conclusion, Memorial Day is a special day to me to honor those men that have died in the battle for my freedom. That's what Memorial Day means to me. And we got pictures of the famous men who fought in these wars. Tony Stein, September 30th, 1921 to March 1st, 1945. John Paul Bobo, January 14th, 1943 to March 30th, 1967. Benjamin L. Solomon, September 1st, 1914 to July 7th, 1944.
All of our students will be presented with their certificates and cash awards by their outstanding principals. Thank you, President Barkey and members of the board, for your support for this wonderful initiative, and special thanks to our veterans for whom we honor.
Thank you.
We'll get a group picture.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to do a group picture after you do that one. Okay, Steve, Mary. Of the rest of the board members and all of the students, we'd like you to come back to the front so that we can get a group picture with the full board. We'll do one with just the board and the students, and then we'd ask the county superintendent to also join them. We'll do the vets too, yeah.
I'll have everyone take 2 steps over to the side there. Yeah, right about that. All right. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Al, you want to make your way down? Stay where you are, and Al's joining you, and then we're also going to ask the veterans to join. Yeah. Take the picture. Scott, would you bring the veterans that are here today to come up for this picture also?
Where would you like us to stand? I don't know, you guys go.
Back them up.
All right, let's squish together a little bit. There we go. Good. All right.
And before you leave, the principals from the assistant chief, please come up. Teachers, yes. We know you want these for your program, so we want to get it now with the board.
I'm always in the back.
Am I in the way? Thank you so much. So I know the cadets needed to leave, so they're going to be leaving. For- We suggest that, yes.
Yes, we'll take a 5-minute break now. Thank you again for your service and for attending tonight. We really appreciate it. It's a very special evening. Thank you. All right, we're gonna, do we need to make a motion to switch the agenda? No? Okay, so we are gonna switch the agenda, and we are gonna go straight to item number, what number is it?
15.
Number 15.
And there is public comment, I believe Ken has for 15.
Yes, Mr.
There might be a couple.
Right, Mr. Colin Felch, if you can come up, and Javier Ordonado.
I'm not sure they can hear you with the mic.
Javier, you'll be second on deck. First on deck is Colin.
Colin, you're on deck. Nina, his thing is missing off of his microphone. Look at Ken's microphone.
All right, good evening, board. Superintendent Mijares. I had to take some notes or else I was going to add a little too much. But you all know me, Dr. Colin Felch, Assistant Superintendent at Vista Charter Public Schools. It's a pleasure to be here this evening on behalf of the charter community in Orange County. I'm asking for your approval on the resolution before you tonight, honoring the 30-year anniversary of California charter schools. Obviously, as a charter school leader, speaking on behalf of charter schools, there are a number of reasons why charter schools are such an added benefit to the community and school choice in general, offering parents a choice to send their kids to a school that really suits their unique needs. And charter schools also serve a population that often isn't heard from. And in California, over half of the population in charter schools is low-income minorities, and that's even higher in Orange County. And I know, like my school specifically, we have 98% free and reduced lunch, and so it's really serving a high-need population. And so tonight, I just ask for your approval to honor the 30 years that charter schools have been here in California, and thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for all you do in the charter world, Colin. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Javier.
Good evening, everyone. I have a letter from 18 leaders that couldn't be here, and I have their logos. So I'm going to read the letter, and then I will deliver it to you. Dear President Barkey, Vice President Williams, Superintendent Mijares, and Board Trustees. My name is Javier Orduño, and I'm the Orange County local representative for the California Charter School Association. I represent the association in recommending the approval of the resolution before you tonight, honoring the 30-year anniversary of California Charter Schools. The California Charter School Association is a membership and professional organization serving the vast majority of the over 1,300 public charter schools in the state of California. Our mission is to increase student achievement by strengthening and expanding access to high-quality public charter school education. As you may be aware, the year 2022 marks the 30th year since the passage of the Charter School Act in California. As one way to mark the moment, we're asking County Board of Education in Southern California to pass a resolution in celebration of this moment. I would like to thank this board for introducing a resolution that acknowledges the great work public charter schools have done in over the last 30 years in California. On behalf of the 20,861 K-12 students and families that are being served at the 35 diverse charter schools options that are part of the Orange County community, we seek your support in the passage of this resolution that celebrates 30 years of innovation, flexibility, and quality options that allow students to learn and thrive. Looking forward to continue to partner with the board and the community to improve educational outcomes for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Javier, for everything you do.
We do have other public comments. We have the good Judge Riddle and Mr. Christopher Grenier.
Just board protocol, they were just doing item 15. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So
and
we're
then
not-
we'll come back to the general public
Okay,
comments.
my bad. Very good, yes. Then I would like to, being the maker of the resolution, I would like to put it into formal motion.
motion and a second. Any discussion?
Is your mic on?
Hello?
There you go.
Is-
Okay, now it is.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Well, I will just make comments that I'm thrilled to be here to celebrate this 30th anniversary with you. I hope that we have another 30-plus wonderful years to infinity. The students you serve is so important. It's so important to offer choice so our children aren't trapped by their zip codes. And so you really do a tremendous service in the community and education, and you really change the trajectory of so many children's lives. So we really appreciate you, everything you do, and thank you.
I'd just like to echo everything that Mary Barkey just said, and y'all are doing really the heavy lifting every day, and we're here to support you. We have your back. We're so proud of everything that you're doing, and just keep up the great work.
Just a quick comment. For the resolution, it would probably be good if people, when they read this, they know where we got the numbers from. So if we could provide the citations on, the breakdowns and some of the statistics that are in the resolution, I think that might be helpful for folks. So looking at the bottom of page 33 and the top 3 items on page 34. That would just be my suggestion to add to the resolution for clarity.
Okay, so noted.
Sure, I don't have any problems with that. I take that as a friendly amendment. So I will ask Mr. Miles if you can certainly get that information, and we'll add it to it. My thoughts are to once again thank all of you who are very hardworking at the grassroots to help those families and children who don't always have the opportunity to rise and climb the ladders as fast as others in more affluent communities. You folks on the front line are the warriors, and we have stood very firm and strongly backing charter schools here because of what you do. You do something very different. And we do appreciate what you contribute to public education. So thank you very much.
All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye. I will support it with the amendments. Yes, thank you.
All right, so it passes 4-0.
Now public comment.
So thank you very much for attending tonight, and we'd be thrilled if you want to stay. Now we're going to move on with public comment, but if anyone leaves, thank you. We really appreciate you making the effort to come out tonight, and we honor you. Thank you.
So for public comments, the first speaker is Mr. Christopher Grenier, and speaker number 3 is the good judge, Lynn Riddle.
I am Christopher R. Grenier, candidate for Orange County Board of Education Trustee Area 2. As you probably know by now, I'm an architect, and this night was pretty thrilling for me because the Orange County Board of Education funded the Deaf and Hard of Hearing School at Uni High, and guess who was the architect? That was me. I took it through the state architect and got it approved. Also,
thank you, sir.
The Sunbirth Youth Academy. So that first one was early part of my career when I worked mainly on schools. Sunbirth Youth Academy. Right now I work more on federal projects. And the Sunbirth Youth Academy, I am the architect on that for the Building 20. And it was a great thrill to see those students here, both from the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and from the Sunburst Academy. And, well, I'd like to say that my professional motto is to make the world a better place, one project at a time. And through my life, I've gotten a few quotes that I like to think have added to me. One of them, you can find it engraved in stone at the London Stock Exchange. My word is my bond.
Lord Admiral Nelson, let every man do his duty. Patrick Henry, I have but one lamp by which my feet are guided, and that is the lamp of experience. And of course, I need to have an architect one, right? Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, less is more. I applaud this board for cutting spending. It is fiscally responsible to cut spending in the face of inflation, which is a gathering threat to our nation. Rather than burdening Orange County families even more while they face that same inflation and it's eating into their budgets. I expect to see innovative ways that this board carries out its mission going forward while shrinking spending. I expect the board to lead by example and by fiat for the other districts that they are supervising, that their budgets should also reduce costs in the face of inflation, in the face of declining enrollment and declining funding. I am Christopher Arganier, candidate for Orange County Board of Education, Trustee Area 2, and I ask for your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Grenier. Judge Riddle, you're up, ma'am.
Good evening, board members and fellow residents of Orange County. I'm Lynn Riddle. As best I can recall, I attended my first board meeting here in early June 2018. I was first drawn here on account of the board's interest and its diligent public information efforts regarding the California Healthy Youth Act, CHIA for short, a statute mandating certain comprehensive sexual health education in all of our public schools. I've maintained my interest and my support for CHIA, and I'm sure that you have as well. It's on that account that I want to be sure to invite you board members, and indeed all residents of the county, but especially junior and senior high school students, to a rally in support of not only comprehensive sexual health education, but in support of, as well, family planning, access for all, to all reproductive health services, including contraceptives and abortion care, available to all genders, those who identify as woman, as man, heterosexual, bisexual, LGBTQ, etc. So mark your calendars, please, for Saturday, May the 14th at 10 a.m. at Santa Ana Centennial Park at 3000 West Edinger at Fairview. And please, especially CHIA teachers, parents, and students, come and support reproductive health care education, reproductive health and sexual health access, reproductive choice, and indeed reproductive justice in OC's first ever Bands Off Abortion rally. Now, I want to mention as well my gratitude to OC's 4th District PTA and to the Central Orange County League of Women Voters for their very excellent OCBE, OC Superintendent Schools Candidate Forum held via the internet just last night. Both the League and the PTA groups are, as you know, nonpartisan. Each candidate was given time to make a brief candidate presentation, and then the hosts proceeded with some excellent and neutral questions. The host, as I understand it, had invited all OCBE and OC Superintendent of Schools candidates to participate. Indeed, I observed that a majority of those candidates now on the June 7th election ballot did participate, yet not one of you present incumbent board members attended. These kinds of public candidate events are essential to our democracy. I hope that you will be able to and will participate in any and all independent candidate forums prior to June 7th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that the end of public comments?
That's all that.
That's all you have?
received,
Okay.
yeah.
moving on the consent calendar, can I make the motion for the consent calendar, except as previously trustee Gomez wanted to remove 9, and if acceptable, I'd like to remove and vote separately on item 8, which is the resolution to recognize Memorial Day.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I make the motion for items 5, 6, and 7.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 4-0.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion for item number 8, which is our Memorial Day resolution. And this is something that this board has passed for many, many years now. And it brings me great joy to once again, to recognize this very special day, May 30th, in recognition of those men and women who have given their lives for our liberties and freedoms to say whatever they want to say without being counseling out or without being told they cannot talk or say anything that's on their hearts or minds. So thank you for your support for this resolution.
I'd be honored to second that.
Well, and thank you, Dr. Williams, for always spearheading this great effort and memory for us. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 4-0.
And President, I'd like to make a motion for item number 9 to approve invoice for Haight Brown and Bonstell.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Oppose.
Okay, that's 3-1. Do we have any charter submissions?
There was a material revision from Explore Academy that you will hear next month's board meeting.
Excellent.
Do we have that? Will we get that tonight?
No, this is just for a facility siting. When they first came to the board, they did not notice one of the districts that they actually found a facility. So they're going through that process right now. So it's just a facility. There's nothing else that's changing in the petition.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to call Renee Hendrick to the podium, please.
Thank you, President Barkey, members of the board. Thank you for taking the time to allow us to have our public hearing. The first one this evening is to conduct a public hearing on OCSEA's initial proposal to the superintendent for negotiations for 2022-23. And so with that, I open the hearing to the public. Hearing no comments from the public, I'd like to close the public hearing at this time.
Sorry.
No, I'm just laughing. It's like go-go gadget.
Next, I'd like to open the public hearing for conduct a public hearing for the superintendent's initial proposal for OCSEA for the 2022-23 year. Hearing no comments from the public, I'd like to close the public hearing at this time. Okay, only 2 more to go. So, the next one is to open the public hearing for CSEA's proposal to the superintendent for the 2022-23 school year.
Renee, before you close anything, just for my understanding, these public hearings are required by law, is that correct? Could you give us some background?
They have to sunshine, it's called sunshining the agreement, and so that is why it's required by law.
Okay. And Nina, if you can help me, are all these documents on the website?
They are not on the website, but we do have all of the documents as of this evening. So typically, the initial proposals by the associations aren't posted there because they're internal in terms of negotiations. So we don't post that, but their actual agreement that has been settled, I believe, is available and posted to the website. but not when they're going into negotiations.
Right, so this is just announcing the
This
going
is announcing that,
into
yes.
negotiations.
Right. So the classified bargaining unit, as well as the certificated bargaining unit, after tonight's meeting, will be able to schedule meetings to start having conversations about the openers that they've identified for next year's contract.
Okay, and for instance, the CSEA, the chapter here, 468, this, what they're asking for is not sunshined, or it is?
It is sunshined as of tonight.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yes, that's what the process that she's going through now.
Okay, and so does it go on our board minutes? Where is the access?
In terms of what they actually are,
Yeah, like these that are being passed out.
right, we typically just put those on the back table for the public if anyone is interested, or if they request a copy of it to know what the associations are bargaining, then we make that available, but we typically don't update anything related to their agreements until they conclude negotiations.
Okay, and at the conclusion of negotiations, how is that announced?
We let the board know when they've settled. Typically, Renee comes to this meeting and lets the board know that the bargaining units have settled their agreement, and if there's been compensation benefits, then that's announced at the board meeting. And then their collective bargaining agreements are posted on the website. So once the superintendent agrees to whatever the ask is, or we've negotiated what we've asked for with them, then that's how.
Right. So for the record, this board has nothing to do with that because we are not the employer.
Correct.
That's strictly Dr. Harris's responsibility, and Renee and the staff.
Correct.
And whoever is negotiating. So when they ask, just out of curiosity, when they ask for like Cesar Chavez and Juneteenth holiday and an additional floating holiday and more vacation approval time, how do we know if that's been actually reached as an agreement?
We'll tell you.
You'll tell us.
Yes, and those are things they've asked for in the past also, so those aren't new items,
I
with
see.
the exception of Juneteenth, because that was just approved last year from, federal government. But Cesar Chavez has been in existence for a while. Some districts have negotiated that day, others have not. Our bargaining units have requested that, but because of other things that we feel offset that, we have not reached agreement that we believe that is something that we were giving on, or the superintendent has.
Okay, thank you. Well, you answered my questions.
And maybe to help clarify also, depending on negotiation, Ms. Boyd is our lead negotiator with the teachers. And so based on the year, say this year, they only have 2 openers plus salary and benefits. And so it's different every year, but it's usually not the full contracts. They only can negotiate on a couple items normally each year. So they have to pick which one.
And you take that into consideration for the budget that will be presented to us June 1st, correct? Okay.
Okay. So I think we are actually still in the open public hearing for the CSEA proposal. So I'm going to, hearing no comments, I'm going to close that hearing. And then move to the last public hearing, which is for the superintendent's initial proposal to CSEA. And so I think you just got that going around. So hearing no comments from the public, I'd like to close the public hearing. I now turn the meeting back to you, President Barkey.
Thank you. All right. We covered 15, so we're moving on to. You want to just do it after 16? Okay, yeah, okay. All right, we're going to go to item 16 now. I'm going to call up Mr. Rowland, please. Bless you.
So just for parliamentary procedure, I make the motion to adopt the revised board policy 300-02.
I'll go ahead and second that.
Just by way of introduction, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, the board by consensus and at the direction of the executive committee wanted me to create some amended board policies, but the idea being that not only parents but also school districts have a better idea what we are thinking and how we're making our decisions. So the policies that the board was operating under formerly are good, but we just thought they could be a little bit better, a little bit more specific, and enlighten the path for parents and school district about how we're making our decisions with regard to interdistrict transfers, which of course are one of the most important things we do.
Very good.
Okay. Do
If you have any questions on any potential policy, we can discuss the policies, we can approve them in a wholehearted manner, we can slice, dice, do whatever the will of the board. This is the time for discussion.
You know, I'd love to make some comments because
Certainly.
interdistrict transfers are very near and dear to my heart, and I appreciate you bringing these amendments forward. This really touches on the very reason I ran for the Board of Education. We all say we want to improve people's lives, and interdistrict transfers really do. Public education is a big and complicated business, and sometimes the little guy gets lost. And if you guys don't mind, I made some notes, so I'm just going to read them so I don't lose my train of thought here. When we hear these appeals, we hear real problems from real people who genuinely love their children and are doing everything in their power to make their children's lives better. And we see this month after month. We can help keep a family together. We can help a single mom feed and educate her children. We can help siblings go to the same school and help education provide hope for the future. If we can do that for even one student, we've done our job here. Recently, a local newspaper questioned if this board should even exist. I guess that newspaper did not ask the families that took the time out of their busy day to attend our board meeting and asked that we do one small thing to make their child's life better. I've said it before and I'll say it now. I believe, and I always believe, that parents make the best decisions for their children every day. These policies give the board specific guidance. They identify the large and complex issues that we face and understand the real-life problems that OC families are facing and come here to discuss with us. I want to thank all the local school districts, employees who help the process. I want to thank the OC staff here for what they do, because I think together we can all improve the lives of children, parents, and families, one appeal at a time. And I truly thank you for making this effort to make sure that we're doing it right, because this is such an important thing that we do here at the board.
Thank you.
I'll add to that. I really like that we're, addressing interdistrict transfers in terms of a policy and making it a high priority. I think that, we have shown that we are putting kids first in all of our decision-making, and we get sage counsel and guidance from our sage legal counsel. A lot of people don't really know what we do with interdistrict transfers. And so, parents, as we see in our closed sessions, parents have, different reasons for wanting an interdistrict transfer. And they have their reasons that we don't know, and parents know, like President Markey was saying, parents know what's in the best interest for their children. Sometimes it could be that a kid is bullied. It could be a childcare issue. It could be a transportation issue, a grandparent, a work situation. It could be a specialized academic program, and as I said, proximity to work. Whatever it is, it's always very important to each family that comes and sees us and asks for us to grant an interdistrict transfer. And I ran for this board as well because, I care about the kids and the parents making the best decisions for their children. So the fact that we can sit here and change one life at a time, and yet, as you all know, I'm not here to rubber stamp bureaucratic decisions. Unions or special interests already have their representatives. I'm here to make sure that parent voices are heard, that every student feels safe, protected, and can meet their God-given potential. And as a professor, as you all know, I like to make data-driven decisions, and these policies will help give us very clear parameters for decision-making. So there's complete transparency in everything that we do, and we really strive for that. So thank you for this, and I'm going to definitely be supporting these policy amendments.
Well, I guess I'm old enough now to be called sage.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I have a few comments. There's some grammatical errors in here, and I think we just need to kind of clean those up and clarify those. I'd like to maybe work with you, if we could maybe bring this back next month, just for clarity. so that you and I can maybe chat a little bit about some of the grammatical errors and some of the clarifications. For instance, number 14, there's an incomplete sentence that starts that paragraph. So there's just some cleanup items that, just for clarity, I'd like to see. And then, you know, obviously we've got the ed code section there, which is great. I just want to be sure that it's consistent with the ed code. I didn't look that up before tonight's meeting. So I just like a little bit of time to work with Mr. Rowland to clean that up so it's clear.
If the errors are grammatical, we can pass it subject to the grammatical corrections, but I guess I'm no longer sage if I'm making grammatical errors. So I'm happy to work with you on that, and I'm happy to
provide edits as well.
Okay.
By the way, Becky, specifically in number 14, are you saying there's?
Well, it starts off with an incomplete sentence. Number 12, and again, just for clarity, so number 12 at the top of page 39, where it says the parent or guardian may offer written proof. Don't we want to require that? So that we have good documentation to make decisions. So it's things like that that I would like to kind of work.
I can
through
share
some of
the
this.
thinking behind the may versus shall distinction. We have a lot of families come before us that do not have ready access to doctors. And we want to give the guidance that we would like that kind of documentation, and that's something we'll take into account, but we're not going to make it an up or down, yes or no mandatory thing.
Well, then maybe it say should offer, or it's recommended that they offer, something along those lines, so that it's apparent that we want that, so we can make a good decision. And you're right, they may not have a regular provider, but maybe if we could word it differently to encourage that information, I think that would be better.
Certainly. Would we like to do this now, or we would like to have the board can appoint a subcommittee of trustees?
I'm still trying to
Sparks
figure
and-
out where the errors are.
I'd like to make a motion to approve it with minor edits.
So I already made the motion.
Oh, you already made it.
Okay.
Sorry.
You can make a subsidiary motion.
Well, taking into account the minor edits, or
Yeah.
we just do your motion first?
Yeah, so there may be some grammatical issues that have been missed, but I don't think the substantive part of this should be delayed. I think it's reasonable. I will be more than happy to withdraw my motion and make a new motion that is subject to grammatical changes. I would make the motion to pass this item and allow that to be done and completed by yourself, Lisa, and Becky, and with Mr. Rowland.
I'll second that.
Okay.
All right. I'll call for the vote.
Well,
Can I just ask a point of clarification? It doesn't say when this policy would be effective, and in the past, when districts have made changes to their policy around inter-district, it's been the next year as opposed to immediately. So I just want to ask if I don't know if you took that into consideration or not, so that they get notice on it, and they know what they're supposed to do and when they're supposed to do it. You're getting ready to go into inter-district season, so that's why I want to make sure that.
Did we really make any substantive changes, or we really reinforced our policy? Is it something you think we need to warn those coming before us?
I think we can put this on the website immediately. The changes are substantive, but they are more specific. So they would, to Nina's point, guide people's thinking. But if we're coming up on inter-district transfer season, we should guide their thinking sooner rather than later. So I think we could impose, we can pass these immediately, because she's again right that school districts do this on a yearly basis. But as we are learning, we're not a school district. So we're an appellate body in this case.
Okay, so I will call for the vote again. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
I will oppose it.
Okay. 3-1.
Who should I interact with regarding the edits?
I made the motion for Lisa and Becky.
So point of clarification, what I understood you to say is this will get posted to the website and it's effective immediately. So those we have in the pipeline that don't, they just pointing out.
problems.
You just face that when they come in, but
Certainly.
there's some scheduled already, that they're
Mhm.
working with and so forth, so.
We'll work with that. I'll work through you.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, should we do the report out now? Okay. Now I'd like to invite up Mr. Brenner to do the report out from our closed session, please.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Mijares. This is the report out for closed sessions 1 through 4. The board held a discussion with council. Trustee Shaw was not present for any portion of the closed session. The board took no action in any closed session except to approve Epstein Becker Green's invoices, and those are invoice numbers 108-2723, 108-2724, and 108-2725, all dated April 30, 2022. The vote in approval was trustees Barkey, Williams, and Sparks in favor, trustee Gomez opposed. And that's the report out for the closed sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Again, point of clarification. We had some discussion with regards to outstanding invoices that you have for Ms. Leone. At the March meeting, Mr. Brenner, you gave us reference to a invoice number, and we've never received that invoice. But yet we've received 3 other invoices, and there has been no discussion with regards to, I had mentioned to President Barkey, so just point of clarification, if that invoice was incorrectly cited, we need to correct that. If it's the correct one, then we need to get the invoice.
Noted, and well, I'll certainly be happy to assist with follow-up on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Trustee Sparks, do you have any report out on the board website?
Well, I think we got a new picture up. I think you guys uploaded a new picture. So it's moving along slowly. But that's all I have for the moment.
Okay. Anybody report out on the 22-23 budget development?
Yeah, I think Renee is going to come up with them.
Yes, Renee.
Thank you. So a couple quick state updates for the budget. We are hearing that revenues came in higher than was anticipated, and so we're anxiously waiting for what the May revise will show us. It'll probably be a bit higher than even the presentation I gave you last month. And then following up on our meeting from last month, I did hear from Dr. Williams wanting to add funding to the budget for for the board website, I guess, or social media. And so I had not heard from any other board members, and so I wanted to make sure it's our last chance to be able to get that information. And also wondering if you could assist me with how we can work with forecasting on the attorney's fees, because it's a little bit different than this year than we've had in the past. And so I don't really know how to judge those dollars. So maybe that's something you can work with your attorneys to give me a little more accurate number.
Can I ask a question about the request for you said the website, or what was that, social
Yes.
media?
Dr. Williams requested $100,000 for the board website and social media.
Okay. So Trustee Williams, can you share with us what that would entail?
Sure. So if we look at, first of all, that's not where I was going to go. I'll be more than happy to do that. I first wanted to talk about the contracts that are in the budget. And those contracts, we did have Maggie Chidester present, I believe it was in February or March. And are those contracts that were brought up and reviewed where Ms. Chidester stated that the board needed to have approved them, are those still in the budget?
For next year?
Yeah.
I'm not sure at this
Not
point.
sure. Okay, so that would be important because if the law, the education codes do say that the board needs approval of certain contracts, and we know that the board doesn't have to approve all contracts, that would be important for us to know. And if they're not approved by the board and they're required to be approved by the board, I would hope that we would be able to have those come before the board so we can do the appropriate approval process and review and oversight. So that was what I wanted to say first about the budgets. Lisa, do you have any?
I agree.
Your contracts were a big issue for you.
Yeah, no, I agree, 100%. That helps us to do our job in a more holistic, complete way when we have that specific information.
If I can remind the board that you do have the list of contracts in every single budget item I give you. And so we're always more than welcome to, happy to share that full document with you as requested. And I know, Dr. Williams, you requested that quite a few times.
And where is that again?
You have it multiple places in that book. So in the very end, I think this one says contracts, grants, and entitlements. It has a listing of every single grant, entitlement, contract. It's also listed in the narrative section and also in the revenue section if it's a revenue contract. There's multiple places.
And has all of those grants and contracts been, and I'm going to call it a Chidester formula? Have they all gone through the Chidester formula to determine whether or not the board needed to review them and approve them?
Well, you
If
have
not, that's
approved them
okay.
as, you've approved them as part of the budget.
Well, that's not very good governance and oversight, just to approve them because they're put in there and we don't know anything about it. Part of the,
And out of fairness, Dr. Williams, you're asking a legal question that I can't answer.
I appreciate that, but it still is a question. If it is required, has it gone through the Chidester formula to determine whether it requires board approval? And that has to do with the oversight and the purpose and the role of this board is to, not one person runs this department, it's one person plus a board, and there's an oversight responsibility. And if we don't know what's in these contracts, we're not doing our oversight. So I just bring that to our good superintendent's attention, as well as to you as you go through the laborious and difficult task of creating this budget. I know it's difficult. I know it's onerous. You made a wonderful memo June 15th, and all of my board members have it in the red packets here about the communication and social media of the department. And it's a really good department that we have here, but it's expensive. And the budget over the last 10 years has increased at 47%, from $876,000 to $1.865 million last year. May I ask, is that budget going to be increased for this next June cycle? Do we know?
Yes, my understanding is it would be based on all of our positions will receive step and column, so salaries alone, but also we have a lot of projects that are planned for the next year.
So, there's some people would criticize the fact that there's over $500,000 in benefits and wages, and can that be privatized, those services?
Well, I will remind you that some of those are bargaining unit positions, and that would be unlawful.
Okay, very good. So how does the board, because for some time now, we've been discussing how to be efficient and economical and trying to establish which ways to get the message and communication with our constituents. We have a website that was just completed. It cost around $30,000.
Close to 50,000, and you did use that same staff that you're noting there, did that for you.
Okay, so it was about $50,000 it cost. So the question is, what is the ongoing cost to keep that going forward just for the website? Is there a figure?
I don't have that because it's been internal staff doing it, so we don't do bill hours or anything like that.
Okay.
The software piece has been paid for, so there's probably just a very minimal maintenance fee.
Okay. So there is a cost to do our website as well as the OCD
Yeah.
website.
There's a maintenance agreement for every piece of software, it feels like, so that's not unusual.
Right. So the consideration that the executive committee has is that we'd like to see either a cut in that budget and adding some of that so the board can communicate its message and social media outreach. And so that's part of the email communication and the desires of the executive committee. So I'd like to see that in the budget as you're developing that.
But I think your budget, your question was you either wanted to see an increase in the budget or a cut there. That was
Right.
how you worded it.
Exactly, exactly.
I've taken my notes. That's why I was asking if there was other things. Now would be the time to ask those questions.
But I guess the question is if, again, and we've had some one-on-one conversations with regards to what it is that the board is wanting in order to be able to determine, you know, what position is doing that work or what it is that is not occurring that the board has an interest in doing. So then those questions could be answered and then Renee can factor that into the budget as appropriate. And we can dialogue with the board in terms of, you know, what we need to do. My understanding was you were still vetting what your options were as opposed to being ready to, you know, fully dialogue about it now because you're trying to look to see what the board's interests are.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think if we had a dedicated, you know, X hours a week, a dedicated person to address just specifically our needs for creating social media accounts, maintaining social media accounts, where you all are blasting information to them, and we've got a dedicated person that is, you know, peppering our information in a maybe not totally equivalent way, but in a significant way with the resources that you have for your information.
Okay. And again, the question is really because we haven't seen any requests coming from the board to do that. So that's why it's difficult when you're saying we want dedicated amount. We don't know what that looks like because the board hasn't asked for anything that we have not done or that the board has said, you know, there's a void here, we want this to happen, and can somebody do this?
Well,
so that's why I'm trying to.
Right, well, that's what we're talking about right now. We're ideating about, you know, having a dedicated amount of time, dedicated person. I don't know, and I'm ideating with you guys.
Right. So it's the administration of the website, social media, and communication, and it's that what we are talking about. We have. Again, let me remind everybody that 10 years ago, the budget for this was not quite $900,000. It's doubled that in 10 years. And what are we getting for over the $1 million that it's taken? I mean, we're creating videos for the Orange County Health, Orange County Superior Courts. So, you know, to get out the communication and social media dialogue is important for this board as well as for our constituents. And you brought up that we're now beginning the dialogue. The executive committee made the formal request. And I think you're getting Lisa that is agreeing that there should be some opportunities for the board to have that social media and communications administration, because it is a direct conflict of interest for the superintendent to do that. He cannot do that because some of the positions, some of the communication may be contrary and different than what he is promoting. For that, we have to have this most likely, the details have not been worked out. It's only in concept here. But we're going to have to send that out and have that done as an outside service. That's the thought. And we can do that because the board is different than the superintendent. The superintendent is responsible and has collective bargainings, but we're not the employer, so we can outsource this service.
So just for the,
You have to turn it off.
okay, I think it's on now. Okay. So just to get clarification of your request, we have a media department that does a multitude of things. All of the 28 districts that we serve, the 400,000 plus students, we also provide information there that applies to charters, and occasionally we do private schools as well. They get broadcast when we're getting awards like the National Blue Ribbon Award, which is often given to charter schools, to private schools. So that same unit is here to serve you. And as Nina said, every request that you've made, I think we've delivered on. So what is it that you want beyond that? What other requests are you going to make where you feel we aren't delivering? I'd like to know that. And the reason I want to know it is because if we're not performing as you want us to, then we need to work on our internal processes so that we do a better job. If you're wanting us to go in and cut from that department, then something's going to have to go out. The money is not just there to sit there in a reserve. Everything is spoken for. So if you're asking me to cut and we have to cut staff, then that's a whole other discussion, because now you're talking about the disengagement of staff. You're talking about letting people go. And there's a process that we have to follow under law. Collective bargaining addresses all of those things, as well as the codes that we have to follow. If you say, well, don't cut staff, cut something else, then I have to know what that is. And remember that we do a lot for the districts. In fact, much of what we do is for the districts. And yes, there's been an increase over the maybe year that you mentioned, or 2 or 3 years, I can't remember, and we'll be happy to detail that for you. But it's because the work has expanded. We've gone through a revolutionary funding formula with the local control funding formula from the way things were previously funded. There's far more mandates from California and a few from the U.S. government, much of which is tied to funding for special needs students. So everything in the budget has a place. It has a purpose. You say, cut $100,000 out. Why? Why do that? So that you can have $100,000? Okay, what is it that we're not doing that you now need? That would be my question. And everything we do, by the way, is predicated upon the needs of students. It's not driven by things that, in fact, I engage when I have to engage, but the media department under Ian Hannigan, he's our chief, and his staff, they have their ear to the ground, constantly working with districts, showcasing the work that we're doing so it builds public confidence, not just what we're doing, but what the districts are doing. In fact, that's first and foremost, that's our lens. So whatever you can do to create better understanding on my part, I'd appreciate that.
Well, that's why we're talking about it now. No one's saying that the services of Ian or any of the staff is substandard or incompetent. We have to identify that over the years, there has been a significant increase, almost 47%, from $876,000 to $1.8 million in the budget, and it's probably going to be higher next year. And one of the questions is, what are we getting? Is it effective? Because if you include the communication and social media administration that the board would like to have, we haven't even figured that in there. So how do we do that? And that's why I sent you an email asking you how's best to accomplish this. So when you go to figure out the budget, we'd like to see the board be able to communicate this. And with all due respect, it cannot be oversight by you. The board's communication has to be totally independent and separate.
And we've always
yeah, but you're the employer, and if we say anything or do anything or put anything in social media, where there's a conflict of interest with an employee saying, "Well, I'm not going to do that because he's under your direction," it's just like the GC litigation.
But can you give me
There's
an
a conflict
example
here.
where that has occurred?
Well, it hasn't occurred. I'm saying of the potential for it to occur. And we know that because you're the employer and you have control over your employees. And if something we do they don't like, they go and tell you, well, this is what the board is doing.
They've not come to me with that concern.
Well, because we don't have
Well,
any
then,
social media
but why are you
and
trying to-
communication.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the thinking. I'm not trying to challenge your premise. I'm trying to understand it.
You're
so that-
challenging the premise.
Well, I'm trying to get clarification is what I'm doing. And if
Right.
you interpret that as a challenge, then that's your interpretation. But what I'm trying to do is understand exactly what you're asking of us, because I feel that everything you've asked us to do, we've delivered. And if it's, and you just said it's not that, it's not the quality of that. So you're anticipating that there may be a time when we won't deliver, and we haven't gotten there yet.
So the other issue is for what could be done, it's certainly less to outsource it than to have our staff do it. It's going to be more expensive. So that's part of the thought process that we have in asking for that to be put into the budget so we can outsource it and not have to go through the communications department. It's as plain and simple as that.
And in the world of public service and what we do, that's a challenge. And so I think Renee alluded to it earlier, and perhaps our both our general counsel, Mr. Rial, and your general counsel, Mr. Rowland, can meet to talk about that. But recognize that if you're trying to outsource a function that we do, that's a challenge. We have to figure out just how that's going to work.
So we're not asking the OCD to do this. The board will do this. We're not asking you or your staff to do it. The board is a complete different functioning entity than the OCDE. We have different responsibilities and duties, and we've clearly know those responsibilities and duties, and we've articulated, discussed that in the past. And what we're doing is trying to not allow influence by a conflicted entity.
Right, but generally speaking, you have a public service available to you here, and you want to now outsource that, is what I'm hearing.
It's cheaper.
It
It's
may be
much
cheaper,
cheaper.
but we have to look at the legality of that.
Well, so anyway, we have a budget that's coming up, and I'm trying to avoid.
Yeah, no, these are great discussions. I'm not
trying to
taking it
avoid
personal.
any problems, so when that budget's coming before this, that we can agree that this is gonna be the budget that we're gonna adopt. And it's gonna be real hard to sit here and have a conversation about these issues, when now you're mentioning that there has to be lawyers involved. I just don't think that's necessary. I think it's clearly established that the board is a different entity, doesn't have to go under the same rules that you do have, and that restricts you. So anyway, we can have lawyers talk. I'm just beginning the dialogue, and
I would like to add one more thing that I think is a simple solution here. Just having a line item of a discretionary account for the board, and then we get to decide. I mean, it's discretionary, and if we decide to contract it out to a videographer, or we decide to, have
business entity.
Whatever.
Like,
So-
can I remind you that you do have $350,000 set aside for that in the current budget also?
For
It's
just the
something-
board.
It says discretionary for board. You'd asked for that last year.
Yeah, so
It's in the
that's,
current budget.
to me, that's the line where we could draw on for this kind of thing. We make a request, we draw on that line, and it's all good.
What object code is that? Do you remember offhand?
Last year, Dr. Williams, you had instructed us to put under 5875, and so it's listed under there, but you also have it in a fund balance set aside. So we could move it to services, which is 5865, miscellaneous services. But last year, you had instructed me to put under legal services.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
those
I
funds are still there.
Yeah,
Okay, so they haven't been spent.
right.
Oh, okay.
So something like that would be a simple solution.
Well, they've been spent. We just haven't utilized that line because there obviously are legal expenses have been spent. So, but we didn't reduce the 350,000.
So that object code that we put the funds in, that was for what?
Legal services.
The legal services.
That's where you requested it last year.
Okay, so that was for the existing litigation, correct?
You weren't clear. You said you want a line item for board contingency, and so it's been left there, and we didn't use that as part of the litigation funds.
So the litigation funds is a separate object code.
It's a separate account, same object code.
Okay, so,
Yeah, so
But if you were to do services, that's a
Yeah.
different object code,
we could
yes.
just have a different object code, not legal services, just have services that would give us flexibility when we have a special project or we have something that we want to do and it goes against that line.
okay.
Does that make sense?
Can I ask a question? So under the ed code, you know, what discretion do we have in order to spend, to make contracts? I didn't think we could, for services that are already gonna be duplicated. So maybe you can clarify that for me?
I
Or
probably am
someone
not
else,
sure.
maybe?
You can contract for special services, is my understanding.
Right, but these are services that are already duplicated.
That's why we would need more clarity on it. Is it something specifically that our staff are already doing? Or what is it? That's why some of the reasons we
Right.
were asking for the clarification.
Right, and that's why I started out wanting the clarification.
Well, and that's why we had suggested maybe Mr. Rowland and Mr. Rial and myself, Renee, have some conversation so that we could make sure that both parties, board as well as the department, are complying with the statutory requirements by ed code.
Because I would also like to see what, I know you threw out the number of 100,000, Ken, but I'd like to see what that entails, because I think that would help support what we're trying to do and identify what is a duplication and what is not. Because I know we've been struggling over this website, but I think Mr. Hannigan and his team have already done the website. So it wasn't something that we had to go outside to do. He was able to do it, and it seemed like the board, who was the subcommittee, was happy with it, other than us trying to get some newer pictures.
Right. So I think what I'm referring to with the executive committee is creating the administration of our social media and communication with our constituents. We don't have that now. And that's totally separate than the website build out. But some of the information, again, the details haven't, I'm still filtering those and processing that. But the website would be part of that, because that would be part of the continual and regular updating of information and distribution of information.
But things like the resolutions and other things that we've asked to be posted on the website, Mr. Hannigan's group has been able to do that. So that's where I'm struggling a little bit. I know you mentioned social media.
Right.
But, you know, how many hours are we talking? I mean, to do that.
Well, it'd have to be within that budget amount.
But where did that budget come from? Where did the 100,000 come from? Is that?
Well, that's
what I'm trying to get
we're
to.
dealing with, and now, great question. So let me just, the object code for the legal, that $350,000, what object code is that again?
It's currently in 5875.
5875. And to move it to an administrative service, what would that be? To which one?
5865, which is miscellaneous services.
I'm impressed that you know these. That's pretty good. Okay, so basically, those funds have been sitting in 5875 for how many years now?
You requested it for this current budget we're in, so this
Okay,
year.
Okay, so they've been sitting in there for the 21-22 budget.
But they haven't really been sitting there. I just want a point of clarification, because you set a budget for legal fees, and each month it's reported out how much, and you all sign off approvals and so forth. We just have not moved that money. When you say these are approved, I sign off on those, send it forward.
So you're not taking it out of that
We're not
code?
taking, it has not been taken out of that. So I don't want you to be misled to think that money's sitting there. That money's been spent several times over. So I want the record to be correct.
Okay. So these funds, these $350,000 in object code 5875 are just sitting there, although it comes from another fund to pay for all the litigation. Is that correct?
Right, we have it to that account. We haven't been charging the litigation, correct?
Okay, so we're taking out what account then?
Well, we have, if you remember my little chart, so we have sub-accounts, and so that right now is just sitting in a holding account, because you also had a fund balance that matches that. So you'd wanted a reserve set up also. So we have the expenditure and the reserve sitting there.
Okay, so this object code 5875, where these funds are sitting in right now, they're not being used. It's coming
Well,
out from
I mean-
another fund, right?
Well, it's all the same fund. It's really just a different account. So it's all the same fund. And like Ms. Boyd was saying, is that those funds really have been utilized because the litigation has been obviously more than that 350,000. But I guess what I'm hearing you say is you would like to see that, instead of holding that line for you, you would like to see that in another object code is what I'm hearing you say. Is that the consensus of the board? I think that's, I just need a clear direction.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes.
Yes. Well, okay.
Miscellaneous services.
So you're asking for a discretionary fund?
Yeah.
But we already have 350 there, correct?
No, that's
It's
illegal.
gonna be moved.
It's already
It's
been
already been
accounted for.
moved.
Right.
It's already been accounted for.
Yeah.
Okay, so the legal fees,
So why should we even have it? Why should we have that 350 set in this object code if we're not using it?
Well,
I thought we were.
well, you have used it though. That is the reality, is you have used it.
I know, but
Yes.
but yet you're saying we use it, but yet it's
you-
fully funded, right? The
So,
350 is still
yes.
there.
Okay. I'm not sure how to explain it. So just like last year, this time last year, you'd said, I want you to set aside 350,000 in legal fees for the board contingency fund is what you called it. And so we haven't necessarily, we've left that line there, but there's money for every thing. So every time you had a new legal bill, every budget, we've increased those legal fees, right? Every budget, we've increased them. And so, so those monies could be gone. And so at this point, we're asking you, what do you want the mark to be for this next year's budget?
So I would say that, why don't we get rid of this 350,000? Again, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not saying this is what we have to do, but this is a very spontaneous conversation here. If we're not using those funds that are in Object Code 5875, let's move them to 5865 for administrative services. Is that reasonable? I'm just posing the question. I don't know.
Yeah, but we probably only need about 100,000 instead of 350,000.
Yeah.
But then the question is, do we still want to keep that same line because the litigation's not quite over?
Well, what I'm asking you for is to give me an update for the litigation numbers.
Right.
Which would also include, you've had other legal services this year, and so will those be continuing into next year, and what does that look like?
Well, I'll be willing to settle with Dr. Maharis right now.
But you have 3 other suits pending besides that, so, not including him, right?
Yeah. I'm open to whatever suggestions and thoughts that this board has on this particular issue. Let me ask you this: when do you have to know all of this information?
It
Like
would be
yesterday?
really hopefully, yeah, by next week it would be awesome if I knew by next week. We will actually be having to post everything by the 3rd week of this month.
Oh, really?
It has to be posted and available to the public, so.
How much of the budget's already done?
A lot of the detail is in, and we're analyzing it right now.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the governor to announce his changes.
So, and what you said, there are going to be more funds in the budget, is that correct?
Yeah, I think the anticipation we have is there'll be more funds. I mean, the question I have is, how does that affect us as a county office? Because a lot of the funding we're hearing is a large increase to the base funding for school districts. But remember, we only get the base funding for a very small number of our students. And so we may not see that same huge increase. And then he also has a lot of, they don't call them categorical programs anymore. That's the term I'm used to. They're called restricted programs. He is proposing a lot of restricted programs. And so those dollars will be spent specifically for what those items are. So it's hard to say. My understanding is the Senate came out with a slightly different proposal, and the Assembly hasn't released theirs yet. So I have a feeling we're going to be up until July understanding what their agreement is. But it does look like more money than what we thought. Yes.
Okay, so what we actually, our anticipated projected was $345 million, around there.
I think it'll actually be less because that included the MTSS funds this year that will drop out. So remember, I think I showed you the list of the funds that drop out.
Mhm.
It'll probably be about 300 million would be my guess.
Oh, okay, so it's gonna be down 45 million, like 10%.
Only because remember, we had one-time money that sat in there and that's going to come out.
I see. And what's the ending reserves that we will have? What do you project?
Yeah, I cannot remember that number, I'm sorry.
Oh.
You probably have it right there.
I think it's on B35. Is it 102 million?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
I just want to ask a process question while we're doing this. This is not an action item. This is just a board recommendation.
Yes.
So can we even take any action on this?
I think you would be taking action during the budget itself. This is for.
In June?
In June,
Okay.
yes.
As I understood that this was just to help the staff
Well, that's
get
why,
direction
that's why I just
from
want to be
us.
sure we're all clear on that.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So you are correct, Dr.
I want to hear you say that. You are correct,
Well,
doctor?
actually, no, it was our projection is to be 22.6 million is our increase to the budget. And so our ending fund balance will be about 120 million.
120 million, okay. Sorry, it's a little low. Okay. So, again, as the concept is distilling in my mind about this, I can't give any details. I really don't have any details. I just want to make sure that we have the funds there. And hopefully, I'm looking for a board consensus to go forward with this. And there's nothing to propose because nothing has been created. And there, it sounds like there may be some issues that Mr. Rowland, perhaps you and Jeff can work out regarding this. I'm not sure. I've had a lot of discussions with our council that we are an independent entity, and so we don't fall under some of these rules, but I'm certainly flexible in allowing our council to help us out, answer that. But again, if you have to know the answer next week,
I think it's fair to say, since you're not taking action on the item, you're giving input to the budget, that
Right.
I would incorporate the consensus into the budget. You will take action at that in for the June budget.
for the June 15th, which is the decision date for that second round.
Right.
Okay.
But we also have a first meeting in June.
Yeah, the first meeting in June for it to be presented, yes, and you could give direction at that point also. But just remember, we have to you have to do the public hearing and everything.
Right, so just to help me out here, and this is good to talk about this. So the June 1st is going to be the first public hearing.
First public hearing, and then the LCAP.
LCAP will be that.
Mhm.
And so that will, when the budget is actually created, it'll be about a week before, you say?
Oh, no, it'll be finalized. I mean, the budget is required to be open for public review 10 days prior to the hearing.
Oh, really?
10
10 days?
For the July budget, yes.
Oh, so that's coming real quick then.
Mhm.
That's a lot of stress for you.
Mostly my budget person, but yes, it's not a fun time for us, no.
Okay, okay. So this has to be made real quick here then. So, can we, or did we give you enough input to create that budget item?
The only thing I like is the cost, because I heard two different things. So I heard get to do away with 350, I heard 100,000, so I guess I'm just asking for
Here's what
clarification.
I kind of am leaning toward. I'm leaning toward, we keep the 350 where it is, because that's not ending just yet, okay? And then, but you create a new line item for administrative services under the 5865 and allocate 100,000 of discretionary fund for the board.
Right, so my only comment to that would be the budget I'm going to ask you for the legal services, it'd be much more than 350,000.
Right, I know,
So it
yeah.
should be incorporated, all the legal stuff should be incorporated in
well,
that.
as soon as we get more
instead of
information.
having a separate piece, right?
Oh, okay.
I mean, you're asking a great question. I mean, how do we anticipate legal fees? I mean, we're getting sued by Mr. Wright and the whole, who knows what's
I'm
next?
sure your attorneys can help you with some type of.
I have no idea where this is going to end.
Right, and yes, and so can give us best estimate. As we know, in the last year, each budget cycle, we had to increase that. So I think their best guess at this time, also incorporating in your standard attorney's fees that you've been paying for general counsel and extra items also.
Mr. Rowland, do you mind giving us counsel on this? Or should we be receiving counsel from you on this?
You should, not right now.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Renee.
All right, moving right along to announcements. Dr. Maharis, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. It's great to be with you this evening. First of all, I do want to thank you for the memorial essays that we had here, the 8th annual Jack Hammett Memorial Day Essay Contest, and the students did an amazing job. I want to thank our cabinet, the leadership of our schools for your earnest effort here to make this work. And Christine, you and Annalee and Vern, thank you for what you did to get the students ready and to help them. I'm sure the teachers probably had a role. The teachers probably had a role in helping them, because this is what we do, right? Teachers helping them to produce a document that is saluted and praised by all of us. And I don't think you can do it for anything more special than Memorial Day and celebrating those men and women, as we've said all night, who have given us the freedoms we know today and the great country we have. Just during the break, we were talking about this, and I forget the gentleman's name, but he's the one that had all the medals and hat, and very stout man. And we're talking about how he's been all over the world, and many of us have been in other countries, right? But when you come back to the United States, aren't you glad you're here? That whole concept of kissing the ground you're walking on, that's how I feel. And much of that should be placed at the feet of these folks that have given, particularly those that have given their lives. Also want you to know that on your resolution 1222 on charter school, the 30th anniversary of California charter schools, I too will do a resolution. And Mr. Odonio contacted me. He's the CCSA person that spoke today and asked me to do the same thing, which we're glad to do. And once again, once the board approves these charters, there are charters. And the students that enter into these doorways of a charter school, they live in this great community for the most part. We do have interdistrict transfer. People are coming from outside of, the county to come to some of our schools that are that good. We do everything we can to make them successful. Again, they're our students, they belong in this community, and we don't want them to fail. And when we see one of them flagging, just as we do with our own programs in access, or when we're asked to help out in one of the districts, we mobilize our resources to make those schools successful. The research is clear. If a student has a bad experience with the teacher, either because of underperformance by the teacher or the student disengages for whatever reason, for 2 straight years, the odds of that student dropping out it just shoots to the top. And that's why we have to make sure that there's quality education going on in all of our classrooms. I'm glad that our districts and our district boards and the 28 districts, they do a great job with that as well. And testimonial of that is the OC schools rank among the nation's best in latest U.S. News and World Reports. I don't know if you saw that recently, but there's a breakdown of the best high schools in America. And I'll just call out one, Oxford Academy in the Anaheim Union School District was the highest on the list locally, ranking number 3 in California and number 16 nationally. But I think if you look at our high schools, you will see in each of our districts, they all have a stellar high school, either one or more. And those schools can compete with any private or any school in America. And they're doing it right now. So I wanted to salute the Anaheim Union High School District Troy for that great Oxford Academy, And then another one that I wanted to call out is Troy High School in the Fullerton Joint Union High School District. They were number 26 in California. University and Northwood High Schools in the Irvine Unified School District, number 47 and 55 respectively. So that's one thing. The other thing I wanted to share with you is that we celebrated our Teacher of the Year dinner on Monday at the Disneyland Hotel. And once again, it was spectacular, so I want to commend our staff for the job that you did and the media folks. Media really drives that, because nothing more exasperating than to go up before a microphone that's not working, or a glitch in a video that you spent, hours developing. So media, you did a great job there, and the theme, well, let me just say, we ended up doing this. We ended up doing 2 years because of the pandemic. We were absent this, as you know. So we had the 2021 and the 2022 Teachers of the Year, and it seemed like we were there forever. I know I got there at 5 o'clock, and I didn't get out of there till, I think, almost pushing 11. So that was a lot of work for you guys, not me. You guys did the work. So we had 5 teachers and 1 community college teacher both years. And I want to point out that Alondra Diaz from the Gates Elementary School, Saddleback Valley Unified School District, she was top in the state. Top in the state of California. Went to Washington, D.C. to compete for the national award. Did not get it, but was in that bubble of, could have gotten that award. I don't think we've ever had a national winner. So we're hoping that can someday come our way. And then, let's see here. I also wanted to let you know that we had a couple of our high schools that received recognition for the OC Green Ribbon Schools, and it was their work on environmentalism. And there, it's very particular work to being cognizant of the environment. I know for some that's hot button, but for us, it's simply being good stewards of this great earth. And so the schools, let's see, Anaheim Union High School District has been modeling and educating students about the importance of being stewards of their environment. And Catella, so let's see, we got Catella High School was awarded this, and the Centralia Elementary School District, also Raymond Temple Elementary School, was given the award. Then I also wanted to call out that Becky Gomez was presented the Marion Bergeson Award along with the Huntington Beach Union High School District trustee, Dr. Michael Simmons. And this is given by the Orange County School Boards Association. And Becky, you weren't going to say anything, so I'm saying it for you. Congratulations. Marion Bergeson, for those of you who don't know, has been a friend of mine. She's deceased, and but has been a friend of mine since when I was a superintendent of the Bakersfield City School District. And in fact, around the year 2000, early 2000s, or maybe the late 1900s, she worked as the Secretary of Education and Child Development for Pete Wilson. And Senator Gary Hart was probably the one senator pushing so much of the legislation that we now know today in the General Assembly. And together they started the charter school movement, the two of those. You had a Republican and a Democrat coming together. How wonderful is that when we look at the issues that we face today? But coming together to create this charter school program for innovation. And believe it or not, they were freed of the education code, all the codes that we follow, whether it be education, government code, civil code, the many, many codes that we have to follow to do our jobs. They were freed of all of that to inspire and create innovation. And over the years, some of those, codes were put back in for accountability purposes. But there's a charter school we have right now in this county. I won't name them, call them out, but to me, they're an exemplar. And they're teaching us, that school is teaching us how we can better serve a certain population of our students. And they're doing a fantastic job. So that could be a model for us to follow across the county. So that's all I want to say, Madam President. Thank you.
I have a question for you, Dr. Maharis.
Yes.
Last meeting, we talked about the political end. We talked about SB 286, and you were going to get our people in Sacramento to lobby against it. Could you give an update to the board on that?
I can, and it is, as I understand it, the bill is stalled right now. So that's the latest that I know. But they have registered the board's opposition to that, Senator Minn's bill. That's the latest that I know. It has not gone through the Senate of the Assembly. So what I can do is I'll send you a statement, Dr. Williams, and through Nina, and maybe we can do that tomorrow. So I can know exactly, because I have not talked to the senator to ask him, where is this? What I know is coming through the lobbyists that we have.
Right, Ball and Frost is the
Yeah.
lobbyist, right?
Yes, yes.
And so are they actively going to each assembly
Well,
member and Senate?
What they're doing is they, I think Senator Minn knows that you're against this, and that what they're going to do is once it gets into the committee process, then they will make their statements at that time.
Because it's already gone through a lot of committees.
Went through the assembly.
Yeah, it's gone through everything, and the
went through
concern
the
is that it doesn't go any further.
Yeah, right. So it went through the assembly side of the house, and it usually goes through the education committee there, the budget committee, it goes to appropriations, they then take it to the floor, and they all vote for it, so it passed the assembly, now it's gonna go through the Senate. And, but let me be more specific in sending you something in writing.
Thank you.
I have something to add to some of the U.S. News and World Report rankings that you didn't mention. The Orange County School of the Arts also was ranked very high in that same report. It was number 15 in Los Angeles County metro area high schools, and it ranked number 38 in California high schools, and number 75 in charter high schools across the nation. So I really wanted to add that to the mix there.
That's for the Performing School of Arts?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
OSHA.
Rouse program, okay.
You've already stated your next meeting is June 1st at 5 o'clock, unless we notice you because of interdistrict appeals, so just be on the alert. Submission deadline is May 18th, and your board packet delivery is scheduled for Friday, May 27th. Will be closed May 30th in observance of Memorial Day. And just as a reminder, the graduation schedules that have been identified are in your red folder. So if any of you are interested in attending any of the graduations, please contact Daru. We want to make sure that you're recognized if you're there. And there's also a charter schools update in your red folder. And so if you have any questions, please reach out to us. And if there's something that we need to dialogue, then we'll have staff available to answer questions at the next board meeting.
And Nina, just real quick here, on page 4 of our agenda, the alternative location, that was not used or being attended by anyone.
Correct.
For the record, I just want to put that out right now.
And we did, we noticed, Mr. Shaw, that we had canceled the remote location.
Okay, very good.
And so we did do that ahead of time so that, one, he was aware, and also we have a record that we did do that cancellation. of
I
that
just want to
remote
make
site.
it for the record, in
Yes.
case anyone looks at this, this was not an active, ongoing alternative
Correct.
location. So that's the whole purpose of me bringing this out for discussion. We do have one public comment left.
Yes. Do you want that in the minutes about Shaw?
Yes, I just,
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
by speaking, it's
Yeah.
in the, it's
We'll
in
make
the
sure we make a
transcripts, but
note
we
in
make
the
it
actual minutes so that
yeah.
you have that for
Yeah.
moving
Okay.
forward.
That way there's no confusion later on.
Very good.
Linda Cohn, would you like to come up, please?
Yeah, I've received a couple of reports in the last days. apparently the staff people here have a union, and there are multiple reports of union personnel telling staff people that if Dr. Stefan Bean is elected superintendent, he's going to close down certain programs. One of these programs, the allegation states, is the Access program, alternative education. I have heard Dr. Bean speak on a few occasions. Actually, the alternative education is one of his main areas of support. As most of you know, Dr. Bean is physically disabled. He's wheelchair bound, and all his life, this has been the case since he was 2 years old, crippled with polio. So his support for alternative ed and access related kinds of things is very strong in his mind. In fact, when he was, I think, 14 years old, he spoke to 15,000 people in Washington, D.C. on this very issue of support for special needs, alternative ed type of students, because when he was first brought into the United States, that was one of the problems that he faced. So I urge anyone who has any authority on this panel to speak to the union members that are making these allegations and tell them simply to stop, because they're not true. This is not just one report. These are two reports that if Dr. Bean is elected, he's going to shut down this, that, and the other. These are absolutely false allegations, and I really implore you to stop this kind of information. I guess I still have a minute left, maybe. I would recommend that those of you who are running for election view the forum that took place on Monday. It's on the website of the 4th District PTA. It's a little more than an hour long. I watched it when it was on. I was rather amazed at some of the comments that were made by some of the candidates. And I have 4 pages of notes that I have no time to talk about at this point. So my point is simply this. Please watch that hour forum and hear what the candidates said, because some of the statements made are quite astounding in terms of their perception of what this board does. I've only attended these board meetings a few times in the last, 8 or 9 years, and this is not the same board that we're talking about 2 different situations. Anyway, my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, Nina, before we move to board member comments?
None from me.
Becky?
Yes. I don't have any updates from the Orange County School Board Association. We do have a meeting later this week, but I do want to share with you that on April 20th, there was a joint dinner meeting between the Orange County School Board Association and the Association of California School Administrators. We're finally in person, which was really nice. But Dr. Mahetas and Dr. Chow received the Maureen DeMarco Award for all of their work during the pandemic and ongoing. Also, the speaker that they had that evening was Michelle Borba, and her topic was helping children thrive in uncertain times, and she's authored 24 books, and some of her recent books include Unselfie: Why Empathetic Kids Succeed in Our All About Me World, and Thrivers: Surprising Reasons Why Some Kids Struggle and Others Shine. And I would really encourage my fellow board members to look at some of these educational offerings that we have. I know some of you weren't able to attend, but she was outstanding. She was really, really good. And so I'm probably going to get a couple of her books and read those. So that was great. Also, I also want to comment about the Teacher of the Year dinner. Outstanding. It was weird. It was a long evening, but it didn't seem that long because it really moved along. Our media department did a wonderful job. How they were able to do 2 years was amazing. Because I was sitting there going, we're going to be here for a while. And we were, but it was very pleasant. And so to honor our teachers and the great work that's happening in our public schools, all the kudos to those teachers. So it was outstanding. And lastly, I just want to comment on the Memorial Day essays. I had the pleasure of reading those, and I know that Trustee Williams did as well. And we were both commenting how emotional we both got when we were reading them. These kids did an outstanding job. So please share that with the folks there that it was really a pleasure. I got so engrossed in reading, I forgot to rate them, so I had to go back and read them again. But that was wonderful. So great job to the teachers that helped out with that. And that concludes my report.
Yeah, I read all those essays and it's like, this deserves first place. This one deserves first place. They were all incredible, all moving. So I actually told Nina, I don't even want to rank these because I would give them all the first place. So they were all very moving.
You're such a softie, right?
Oh, yeah. I have nothing.
The only thing I'll comment is I spent last Friday morning at Nova Academy. I got to do exit interviews. I actually spoke with 6 of their seniors, and it's just really great to see how children are thriving at charters, and despite the pandemic, what a great experience they had. So it was a very wonderful morning.
No, thank you for reminding me. I also did Hillview High School's exit interviews with their seniors. And it's great, isn't it, to do that and see where the kids are and where they're headed. So I do that every year, and it's just so much fun. So, yeah.
All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I make the motion.
Second.
All right, so adjourned.
All right.